Hi, besties. How is everyone? Happy Saturday. Something started beeping in my house this morning that doesn't usually beep, and I have zero idea what it is. So Jamin was obviously scared, and I wish I could lift you guys up, but he's by my feet and he's like, we need to figure out what this beeping is. So I might try to figure that out on our first sprint. But how is everyone? How are you guys doing? What are we reading today? I have been in such a reading slump the past, I'll say week, but it feels like it's been longer than that. But I started, I think, to get out of it. We'll see how it goes. If anything, y'all always make me like very excited and want to read. So I'm happy for today. I'm very sorry if you can hear the beeping in the background. I'm gonna figure out what it is. So the options today, I'm still reading The Bonesmith by Nikki Palpretto. I'm more than halfway, and this is I think it's a YA. It's mostly fantasy, but it has like a sprinkling of romance in it. And last night I just started to get to the romance part of it, and it was kind of stunning. So I'm in a good place with this. And then I'm also reading, who is the author? I'm also reading The Beautiful, which is the like vampire book that was published in like 2019. It's kind of an older book by Renee Adi. I don't know if that's how you say her name correctly. But it's really fun. It's very vibey. It's like a New Orleans vampy book, and I'm buddy reading it with my friends, and that has been a vibe. And that one I'm like 60% of the way through. So if I could finish a book on sprints today, that would be so lovely. Let me know in chat what you guys are reading. Hi, I'm reading Powerless by Lauren Roberts. How are you liking it? I feel like I've heard nothing but good things about that book, and I'm thinking I'm going to pick it up in 2024 because it's a fantasy romance, correct? Hi, Kristen. Currently wrapping presents. That's such a vibe. So last week, I feel like this past week was a very stressful week, I'm not gonna lie. But I got to wrap all of my presents. Christmas shopping for Ross is pretty much done. I just have to get stuff for his stocking. And then I shipped out all of my Christmas presents for my family because all of my family lives across the country. And I always, every single year, get really stressed about shipping their presents in time so that they'll have them like before Christmas. So that was my project for last week, and we did accomplish it. So that was fantastic. Hello, hoping for some motivation to get some pages read today too. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like the end of the year reading slump for me, but I started to read this spicy Christmas novella called Trick Shot by, I know that the author's last name is Gross, but I don't remember her first name. I finished it last night, and it actually helped to really get me out of my slumpiness. It made me just like want to read. I basically binge read it, not last night, but the night before, and then I only had like 30 minutes left of it. Trick Shot by Kayla Gross. Like I said, it's a spicy Christmas novella that has to do with a male, female, and it is just really, really fun. Hello, I was so confused when I turned on the notifications in my head. This was for Sunday sprints. Yeah, so tomorrow, so Ross is officially done with his football season. Ross is my fiance. After his game today, they're in like they call it a bowl game, which is basically like a playoff game. And so tomorrow is the start of his like vacation period. He has like 3 or 4 weeks off. And tomorrow on Sunday, there's this Christmas market that we wanted to go to. So I was like, I don't want to cancel sprints because I love doing weekly sprints with y'all. I was like, let me put them for Saturday instead. And that way tomorrow, Ross and I are going to go to the Christmas market and spend some time together before I have to log into work. So these are a day early. They're not our usual day. Hello, reading The Bone Season. How are you liking that book? Because I love Samantha Shannon. But for whatever reason, that book is very intimidating to me. Loving it. Such good Hunger Games vibes. I love a good like deadly competition / trial. That's one of my favorite setups for books. So I feel like I'm really gonna like it. Reading A Darker Shade of Magic. Currently reading My Roommate is a Vampire. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that's reading like vampire books, because at first I was like, okay, I'm reading The Beautiful, which is like a very vampire New Orleans book, but Does that fit December? Not at all, but I'm glad that you are also reading a vampire book. Hello, hope you get through your slump. I know. I'm reading Crown of Midnight for the first time halfway, and I'm scared. I've been procrastinating reading. I do that all the time when I'm reading a book that it's not even that I'm not enjoying the book. It's just that like I'm stressed and I don't want to finish it, but at the same time I want to know what happens. I was doing that when I was reading Fourth Wing. I was more than halfway through the book, but I was so scared with how it was going to end that I just kept like procrastinating reading the ending. But you have some emotional support here, my friend. Reading A Christmas Secret by Anne Perry. Found the book in a little library in my town. That's so cute. Finished Powerless last night and absolutely loved it. Oh my gosh. I am so excited to read that one. Hi, Kimberly. I'm going to start Catch Your Death by Ravenna Garon as none of my current reads are doing it for me right now. I know. When I started feeling slumpy, I was like, is it the books that I'm reading? But I really don't think so because I'm actually really enjoying both of my current reads. It's just like a me problem. But I think my next book that I'm going to pick up after I finish these two is Dawn of Onyx, which is our book club book for the Who Did This to You book club. I still haven't read it yet, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's literally December 16th. I need to get on that. Hello, reading Queen of Nothing still, hoping to finish it tomorrow. I only have 110 pages left. So much happens at the end of that book. It is absolutely wild. Once you get to that, I feel like the last 100 pages of any book, it's like, here's the action, especially with like a fantasy book. Hi, I'm reading The Bodyguard by Catherine Center. I need to take a break from Air of Fire and the Throne of Glass series. It sounds like Throne of Glass has us all just a little bit like weird right now, at least from some other folks in chat. Yes, it was very spicy. It was a fun time. Trick Shot got me out of my reading slump too. Okay, perfect. That was our go-to book for getting out of reading slumps this month. I feel like just reading some mindless like KU spice, it just helps because you're like, this is so unserious and I don't have to use my brain a lot. I can just like vibe with the book. It really helps. Reading Jade City. I just had a video go up today. It's a video 8 of Bookmess, and I was reading Jade City in this video. I hope you like it. Just finished watching your 100 pages per day video. Powerless to me was Hunger Games meets Aladdin meets Renegades by Marissa Meyer. Sold. Grading your students' tests. That's great. This can be a productivity sprint for us as well. Hey, don't really read Christmas type books, so I'm focusing on finishing series right now. That is totally fair. Reading about witches. I'm absolutely in love with The Year of the Witching. Oh my gosh. That book was so creepy. Like the atmosphere of her in the creepy woods and like the witches in the woods was so creepy. I read that book 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago at this point. I don't remember, but I remember absolutely loving it. All books fit this time of year. I can't do too many Christmas books. They all start to feel like the same book. I totally feel that. I usually do like 1 or 2 just to get it out of my system, and then I kind of just read like our normally scheduled programming, like my normal books that I always read. So it's nice to just like throw in a couple, you know what I mean? If it's the vibe. It is interesting so far. Curious about how romance is going to be like. They're enemies right now. I didn't realize that romance was a big part of that book because like Priory of the Orange Tree, yes, there was romance in it, but it was so much more a fantasy with some romance subplots in some of the characters' POVs. Like not every POV had romance in it either. So that's so interesting. I heard that book was much more like sci-fi fantasy, and I think that that's what scared me about it, but I didn't realize there was romance. Building some new bookshelves today. That's so exciting. I'm thinking I'm going to continue my Mistborn audio. Perfect. Just purchased Dawn of Onyx, should be coming in next week. Love it. Gonna be listening to Ruthless Ends while getting laundry started. So productive. Hello! I hope you've been having the best weekend so far. Oh my gosh, Caraval! Caraval is one of my absolute favorites. Yeah, the weekend so far has been okay. Yesterday was a productive day for me. I count Friday as a weekend day because I don't work on Fridays, so I have like Friday, Saturday off. Um so yesterday I had to take Jamo to the vet, and that was a bit stressy. He's fine. We just had to like go and get some things checked out, and he's a very anxious vet puppy, so he was just like really nervous the whole time, and I always feel bad taking him, so I get stressed. So that was yesterday, and then it was just kind of like running errands, grocery shopping, getting gas in my car, like all of those like little things. But today is a reading day. Like today is my day I'm dedicating to get out of my slump, and y'all always help. Like I feel like every time we do reading sprints, it makes me just very excited to read and chat about books with y'all. So that is today. Finally made it first sprint. Finishing All's Well by Mona Awad. I love Mona Awad. She is so unique and weird in the best way. Like she basically writes like surrealist books. You never know like what's actually happening in reality and what's just happening in the character's head. Like I loved Bunny. I loved All's Well. I need to read her newest one, Rouge. I still haven't read that one yet, but I love her so much. Hello, trying to watch best I can, lagging because slow data. I'm reading Escaping from Houdini by Carrie Maniscalco halfway through. I need to read that series. I really do. I'm loving The Beautiful. I didn't know what to it was a book that I went into very, very blind. I didn't know really what it was about, oh my gosh, besides vampires in New Orleans. But I am liking our main character. I think that she is very interesting. I also think we've had some very vampy scenes, but it's kind of like a murder mystery. It's kind of like we're figuring out along with our main character Celine this like world of the supernatural, and I love the time period because it takes place in the 1800s, like late 1800s. The writing is what's like selling it for me. Like she is so descriptive of the scenery, of like the plants and like everything that's going on around her, of the dresses, because our main character Celine, I don't remember what you call it, but she studied at an atelier, I think is what you call it. So she like makes dresses, and so she always is noticing people's fashion, and I think it really lends itself well to the time period because they were wearing like the corsets and the dresses and all of that. Um, and the way that she describes food makes me so hungry while I'm reading this book. Everything that she describes in terms of food is absolutely stunning. So I am really liking The Beautiful. Awad is an acid trip in the best way, 100%. Um, that series is your favorite? Almost picked up The Beautiful at Barnes the other day, and now I wish I had. It's really good. I wasn't sure about like the writing. I've never read from this author before, so I just rented it. It was available on my Libby, so I'm just reading the ebook, but I kind of do want to purchase the series going forward because I think it's really fun, and it's a quartet, so all four books are out now. I think that the most recent book was released a couple months ago. I don't remember. I'm looking it up right now. But I was really surprised. I thought it was like a finished series, and then I saw that the last book came out. I think it was sometime this year. It's called The Ruined. Yeah, on December 5th. So the last book is now out. All right, besties, let's get into our first reading sprint. Can y'all let me know in chat what you're feeling for the day? Do you want an ambient room? Do you want just a timer? Like, what are the vibes? If we do an ambient room, I'll probably just do something like a little crackling fire, like cozy room. So please let me know. And I think we'll do maybe 35 minutes for our first sprint, really try to get into some of our books. If y'all aren't responding to what we want for ambient room or timer, I'm just so let's see. Cozy fireplace. Okay, beautiful. Let's do that then. All right. Ambient room. Okay, perfect. Y'all love the cozy ambient room. You're like, don't just give me a timer, give me the cozy ambient room. Okay, we will get started. We'll do our first sprint for 35 minutes, and hopefully we can all get into our books and get out of this reading slumpy. All right, happy reading, everyone. Hi, besties. Welcome back. How did everyone do? I read a couple more chapters of The Beautiful. I was listening to the audiobook because I was trying to figure out what was making that beeping in the other room of my house. It's still going if you can hear it. But one thing that bothers me about the formatting of The Beautiful is that there's no chapter numbers. They're all like names of chapters, and I do love the chapter names. I think that they're very interesting, but like just give me a number. You know what I mean? So how is everyone else's books? I think for next sprint as well, I'm going to continue with that book because I'm a little bit behind on buddy reading. And we'll catch up with chat. Hi, Kendall. I'm a little late, but reading The Kingdom of Sweets while diamond painting. That sounds so fun. Also, how are you liking that book? It's like a dark retelling of the Nutcracker, I've heard, and I want to read it. Like, it actually sounds so interesting and so good. Switch to reading Babel. Oh my gosh, how are you liking that one? I feel like you're reading very like serious toned books between the Bone Season and Babel. Yeah, I mean, I like chapter names as well. I think that it like I don't know, you can tell that the author put a lot of thought into naming these chapters, but it makes it really difficult when you're buddy reading a book because it's like, "Oh, let's stop at page this, chapter whatever." And then it's like I have to remember the chapter name of like what to stop at instead of being like, "Let's stop at chapter 40." Like that's much easier to remember. Hello. I need to get some editing and filming done. That sounds very productive. I have one more video left to film for Bookmas, and I'm very excited to film it. It is my it's going to be talking through some of my 5-star reads of the year, and I'm going to be tier ranking them. So I'm very excited to film that video. Ours, it's not one of our smoke alarms. It's not our carbon monoxide like detector thing. I think it's something beeping in my kitchen. And so like I went and I unplugged all of my appliances. It's not my refrigerator. Like I checked if like one of the doors was open. You know how like sometimes your refrigerator or freezer will like yell at you. I have no idea what it is. Hi Lucy, reading finale? Oh my gosh, I hope that you love it. Read 70 pages. Kimberly, you constantly stun me with how many pages you can read at a given time. I think this book is exactly what I needed to get out of my slump. Yay! I read a chapter of King of Wrath, but I joined late. Well, that was the first sprint. So we're on here today. Honestly, I don't know. We'll stop whenever we feel like it. I feel like y'all holding me accountable to read is going to be exactly what I need to like get out of my slump. So we might do quite a few sprints. But King of Wrath, I love Anna Huang. 27 pages, 55 pages. Sorry, my nose is really itchy. The first chapter that I read, which was chapter 14, was wild. I don't know that I like the spicy scene. It was a bit too much. Oh my gosh. I love spicy scenes. I feel like this one's very different than what I would normally read, but the dark gothic spin is so fun. Enjoying it for sure. Oh my gosh, you're making me want to read that like immediately. 22 pages. Oh gosh, yeah, I can't do with no chapter numbers. It's just really weird. Like usually there's a name to a chapter, but then also a number. I don't know, it's just odd. Read about 11% and I'm having the best time. Oh my gosh, love. Can't wait to see this new video. I need new 5-star recommendations. Yeah, I've read I think 147 books so far this year, and I only had 35 stars. I feel like that's kind of low for me. Like if I love a book and I'm going to like reread it and like it's a million out of 10 for like stars, I give it a 5-star. This year, some of my 5 stars were even like rereads. So if you want to like take out the rereads, I've probably had like 25 5-stars. So you know, like these are the ones that really, they just really hit. You know what I mean? Actually, it's the opposite. What do you mean? Babel is like a very serious toned book. Like I've heard that people say it's very, very emotional, and same thing with like the Bone Season. It's much more of like a maybe I got that wrong. Maybe the Bone Season isn't like serious toned, but like Prior of the Orange Tree had some very like serious undertones to it. I thought that Samantha Shannon was much more of like a I don't know. Not like a silly goofy author, you know what I mean? Oh, your taste. Oh, okay. So you're switching it up to more serious books. Read to page 240. Absolutely love. Um, The Beautiful is getting very juicy. We're learning much more about like the supernatural creatures at this point, which is really quite fun. I think maybe do y'all want to do a longer sprint for next sprint? Like maybe we'll go up to 45 minutes. Because I think I can like listen to my audiobook for The Beautiful a little bit faster speed. And then I do want to switch back to The Bonesmith at some point. I think I could finish The Bonesmith on sprints today if I switch back to this pretty soon. So let me know if 45 minutes sounds okay. The Beautiful is really good. So it's a book that I've had on my want to read list for a very long time. And my friend Valisa, Valisa, and Sarah have been like buddy reading at least a book a month for the past couple months. And so we were like, okay, what's our book going to be for December? And Valisa suggested The Beautiful. And it's something that like even though it was on my want to read, it was just never a book that I prioritized. And I'm so happy that she suggested it because the writing style is gorgeous. I'm very intrigued in the story. Like it's quite good. I would also recommend the audiobook because a lot of our characters speak French and some other languages as well. There's like a little bit of Spanish in there. But my pronunciation, like reading French in my head, absolutely 0%. Like can't do it. So the audiobook is really nice because the audiobook narrator is very good at doing like a French accent and also like reading things in French. So I'm loving it. I really recommend The Beautiful. It definitely reads more on the YA side. I mean, it is a YA book, but it reads quite YA because our main character, I think, is 17 and then like her love interest is like 19. So it's definitely on the younger side of things, but I really am enjoying it. I don't think I could say that again. I'm sorry. I am reading The Bonesmith physically. I feel like it's not a bad book to read physically because the font is quite large. I don't know if you can really tell, and it's very, very spaced out. So yeah, reading this physically has been quite fun. And it's really good. I'm loving this as well. Yes, for longer sprint. Okay, beautiful. I heard The Beautiful doesn't have a lot of vampires, so I'm always hesitating. It's odd because, like, that's what I was thinking at first. I was like, how do I phrase this? Okay, in the beginning, you get a couple very, very vampy scenes, like literally people getting their throats ripped out, and you're like, oh my gosh, what is this? But it kind of takes the twist of like a murder mystery because our main character doesn't know anything about the world of like the supernatural. And so you're learning along with her what's going on in this inhuman world because she's a human and she's like she comes from France to New Orleans. She like sails across the sea to start a new life. And when she gets to New Orleans, they start hearing about these like gruesome murders. She starts to experience some weird things. And so like you're learning along with her. I feel like we're starting to get more of it now, and I'm 60% of the way through the book. And I think that as we continue, it's going to get a little bit more vampire-y, but it's not like it's not like a Serpent on the Wings of Night where like everyone is a vampire, you know what I mean? Okay, perfect for the longer sprint so I can get into my book. I'm reading Love on the Brain by Allie Hazelwood. I only just started it, so chapter 1. Desperately need to read The Beautiful. It's really good. I'm listening to it on Libby. I don't have Audible. For next sprint, I'll change to the audiobook for Crescent City 1. I'm preparing to read the third one next year, so rereading the first two. House of Earth and Blood is one of my favorite books of all time. Like, I love it to no end. I actually need to reread House of Sky and Breath because I DNF'd it at like 70% through, and I need to just return to it. Just watched your new video. I've been so scared to read Jade City, but I want to pick it up now. Yeah, just be prepared for like a little bit of a slower start. It's such an interesting fantasy book because like it just doesn't read like a fantasy. It feels so real. It feels like not like a lit fic, but like it feels like a contemporary fiction, but it has like some like magical realism elements to it, but it's all about like family drama. Like if you loved The Sopranos, you will love Jade City. Like that's what it was giving was like crime family drama. And I'm really intrigued because it's one of my friends like favorite fantasy series of all time. She said that the other two books take place over like 40 years. I don't think I've ever read a series that has like that long of a time span. So like from the start of the book to the end of the book or to the end of the series, it's 40 years later, which is wild. It's one of my faves, the second not so much. I hate the ending. For Crescent City. Yeah. I I was very disappointed by the second book. Chaos Reads. I remember last sprint you were like, "Let me tell you how I feel about this." Yeah, Jade City was really good. All right, let's get into our next sprint, and we will up this to 45 minutes. And let's get some stunning reading done. I will see y'all in 45. Hello, hello. Welcome back. That was a really good sprint. Let me take this down. How many pages did you read? How are you liking your books? I made it to 75% in the beautiful. And there's a masquerade ball, which is one of like my favorite, I don't know, micro tropes, whatever you want to call it. I literally love it so much. And the tension is tensioning. I'm having a wonderful time. I also just took my chicken nuggets out of the oven. So this might be a shorter break because I want to eat my nuggets. But how was everyone's books? Let me catch up from chat where we left off. The Greenbone Saga is absolutely amazing. Joining late, but I'm 600 pages into Kingdom of Ash and I'm getting stressed. Bestie, I have not read Kingdom of Ash yet. I am on Empire of Storms in Throne of Glass, but I feel like lately everyone has been reading Kingdom of Ash and like finishing it because I know a lot of people are like rereading the series in preparation for House of Flame and Shadow. So everyone that has been finishing Kingdom of Ash recently is like devastation. Like they are depression. They are so emotional. They're like forever changed by that book. So if you need emotional support, we are here. Bestie, I was just talking about you earlier about how you were the one who suggested that we read The Beautiful for our buddy read book for this month, and superb. Like literally love it so much. Need to get some snacks. You understand me at my core. I love it. I really don't know where to stop for The Beautiful because Sarah never answered us. So if she answers, let me know. Read 60 pages. This might be my least fave in the series. Lots of revelations that feel out of left field. Not enough clues or foreshadowing in the past books, in my opinion. Remind me what you're reading again. Did you say you were reading finale of the Caraval series? I'm sorry, I don't remember. Had a shower and prepping for a bookstore run? That sounds absolutely lovely. Got distracted and only read 7 pages. That is okay. Made 2 thumbnails and started editing a vlog. Making thumbnails is so satisfying. I feel like it like sets the tone for a video. Do you do your thumbnails before or after you like finish editing a vlog? I usually do them after. Reading The Ballad of Never After. I'm obsessed. I love that for you, Ashley. I love that book so much. Hi, Sophie. Joined late, but I'm reading Crown of Blood and Glass. 51% through. Did laundry. There were so many socks. I swear they're all the same. I needed 20 minutes just to pair them up. Socks are so annoying. I wish that socks would just like fold themselves and put themselves away. Read like 30 pages, but I didn't read the whole time. Finale is so good. Oh, Lucy's reading finale. Yeah, what are you reading? Also, yeah, Chaos reads. Let me know what you're reading. I don't remember. I'm late, but I'm starting Wolfsong by TJ Klune and love that. We are here to sprint. That was just our second sprint, so we have definitely a couple more. Things are getting even more interesting. How can I go to sleep when I need to finish this? Toxic reader thoughts. 51 pages. I got distracted by my cats who were demanding attention. Cuties. House of Earth and Blood is just perfection. I've read that book 3 times, and every single time. It's like my most annotated book. I literally love it so much. 24 pages. It's mysterious. I'm not sure who done the murders. I'm late. That's okay. But I'm reading A Conjuring of Light from the Shades of Magic series by V. Schwab. Love. Oh, Ruthless Ends by Katie Wismer. Sorry, I should have mentioned. No, that's okay. I try to remember like what books people say they're reading because like obviously you're not going to say the title of the book every single like chat. But I'm sorry that you're not enjoying it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, literally loving it so much. I say we buddy read this whole series because I'm definitely invested at this point in time. Bastion is just a whole ass mood. I love him so much. Depends on how far behind I am on editing. I try to make thumbnails first, but sometimes I make them as I'm rushing to upload. That's so interesting. I feel like whenever I do them first, I don't know, it like really impacts like how I edit my vlogs. I don't know. That's so interesting. I love to talk about editing because it's such like a creative process for so many people. And thumbnails are so fun. Okay, but like, should I still read Crescent City 3 when it releases, even though I haven't read / finished ACOTAR or Throne of Glass? I think I don't know, like, I don't wanna give spoilers, but, like, everyone's thinking that Crescent City 3 is going to be, like, the crossover of her whole, like, universe and, like, all of her books. I would say at least finish ACOTAR before reading Crescent City 3 because that's gonna give you a little bit more context. I think it's kind of a guessing game about whether or not she's going to incorporate Throne of Glass in there as well. It would, like, make sense because there are so many theories. Like, there's a whole TikTok you can go down TikTok rabbit holes of, like, Sarah J. Maas theories, connections, like book, like tiny little details that people are so big brained to like read through and think through and like map out for the rest of us. But I would say at the very least finish ACOTAR. We love reading snacks. Please share the reading snacks. Also, I was getting so sleepy during that last sprint. I was like laying down. I had my heating pad behind me, and then I got a blanket, and I was like, I am sleepy. So make sure you like stretch, get some water, get some snacks. We don't need naps. We need to read our books. I'm starting The Deal by Elle Kennedy. I need a palate cleanser after finishing Kingdom of Ash. That is so fair. You deserve a little break after finishing Kingdom of Ash. I've heard that it is emotional. Very emosh. I'm scared I also need to read this book. I've not eaten all day. Oh my gosh. Heat up your pizza, get your snacks, go run. We will wait for you before we start our next sprint. I need to refill my water, and I'm going to be eating my chicken nuggets on the next sprint. Oh my gosh, ramen, yum. I made my 2024 TBR, and all the books are over 500 pages. You are wild. CC1 to Empire of the Vampire, Pride of the Orange Tree. All of those are so stunning, though. Like, you're going to have a very emotional time. Blood the Ties a week ago to refresh, but I don't know, to be honest, I could have missed something. That's how I feel about series all the time. I'm like, I need to read a summary like before every book because I feel like my brain doesn't capture all the little details. I kind of have a plan to read All of Sham through 2024. I really don't have the time or concentration to finish ACOTAR in time for CC3. Yeah, I'm scared of spoilers. That's the issue. Yeah. I think like as long as you've read through ACOWAR, you'll be okay. But yeah, they're all just like really long books. But A Court of Silver Flames is my absolute favorite book of the ACOTAR series. Like, and I was a Nesta hater before I read it. I read Bloodless Ties like 2 months ago, and it was kind of upset by the new love interest, and was like, if she ends up with him, I will riot. Oh my god, that's the worst. When it comes to a plot twist, and you're just like, I disagree. I absolutely disagree with this. Please, God, no. I think one of my reading goals for 2024 will be to read 10 books over 600 pages, like a big book challenge. That's been my challenge to myself for the past like 2 years, is to stop being intimidated by big books, because sometimes I hold off reading one that's like really, really chunky because I just know that it's going to be like a big time commitment, and like it's just scary staring down like a 600 plus page book and you're like, okay, it's you and me, bestie. But I find that immersive reading has really helped me tackle bigger books. So like getting the audiobook for it has been super, super helpful because you can be doing other things. Like for me, my approach to big books is I'll try to read the first like section or whatever physically. And then if I need to switch to the audiobook and stuff like that, or sit down and immersive read, like I said, I will do that. And it's been really helpful. And I actually find that I do love a short book. Like, I love kind of books around this length. Like 400 pages, 450 is like a good, like, this doesn't scare me anymore. But once we start to get to, yeah, I guess like 600, 650 pages plus, it's a little bit intimidating. But I also have found that with bigger books, I tend to enjoy the story a lot more because you get so much time with your characters. And I am a character driven reader. Like, I love a story that is driven by characters. I like plot too, but if there's a good balance, I am happy. And I just love, like, Prior of the Orange Tree was the most intimidating. I think that's still the longest book that I've ever read because I think it's like just under 800 pages. But all of the time that we got to spend with those characters, get to know them inside and out, get to know their whole journey and their arc, like, it changed my life and it changed the way that I look at big books. So I think that's a wonderful goal. I think you're gonna crush it. And I think once you start reading more like 600 page plus books, you're gonna get into it. You know what I mean? Started reading Aquar in 2017, but never picked it up again. I may risk it for the biscuit and stick to my plan or wait to hear some feedback from friends. Sophie, also what you can do is, like, if you're okay with just reading through summaries, like if you don't want to return to Aquar, there are so many like very, very detailed summaries of the ACOTAR books. I'm sure you could find one for Throne of Glass as well. Like, you could do that too if you wanted to. Literally, period. Started doing that last year and it has greatly improved my reading experience. This year for me was like my journey in immersive reading and I've never looked back. Big book reading is so intimidating, but you feel so accomplished and then you just like look at that book and you're like, I just did that. Absolutely stunning. The best thing ever is finding a long book that's 600 plus pages, but enjoying it so much that you finish it in like a day or two. 100%. Absolutely. Long books take a deep dive into characters and you get that natural slash gradual growth, which is also too, like, reading romantasy and like especially with our romantasy book club, I found that, I'm not picking books that are like 700 pages long, although we could do that in 2024. I have a couple up my sleeve that like I want to read, so if we read them together that would be fun. But when you have like a fantasy or a fantasy romance that is 400, 450 pages, maybe 500, I often find that people will give the feedback of like the romance just felt like it was really, really fast. But it's like you have to consider the length of the book and the time that the author has to like build this relationship and how she wants it to end. Things might need to get started a little bit sooner. But when you have like a long, chunky book, like a 600 plus page book, and there's a romance in it, I find that they tend to be much more like spread out throughout the whole story. And that can be really fun because then you're not getting that, maybe right off the gate, they have that spark, they have that connection, and that can be a little bit too fast for people. So that's really fun as well. I found that I read best with audiobooks, but I can't afford the audiobook apps. I use Libby. Like, which is just connected to my library card. I know that not everywhere, like I know libraries aren't super what's it called? Mm, libraries aren't very accessible like in specific areas, but if you do have a library card, you can connect it to your Libby account and then you get free audiobooks. There is like wait times obviously for some of them, but I found that that's how I read most of my audiobooks. I did recently subscribe to like Scribd, or I think it's Everand now. So I did start to pay for that book subscription service, and I just use that for really audiobooks. There are ebooks on there as well, but Audible was just like not worth it for me. I forget how much it is per month, but it's like kind of expensive and you only get like one or two audiobooks. And I was like, no. But Libby is really, really good. Yeah, immersive reading is yeah, listening to the audiobook and reading at the same time. So that way it kind of feels like you're following along with the story actually reading, but you also have the narrator reading the story for you. Some narrators do like obviously in The Beautiful, for example, they speak with French accents because a lot of the characters are from France or like speak French. And so like it just gets you, it's more immersive because it's not just the voice in your head like reading a book to you. It is you get a little bit of that extra level of like immersion into the book. I also think there's some libraries that let you have an e-card for free even if you don't live where they're located. Perfect. Yeah. I like the Scribd name more as well, but they recently changed it to Everend. But I'm like, I feel like no one knows what Everend is, and if I just call it Scribd, everyone's gonna know what I'm talking about. All right, friends, let us get into our next sprint. I'm gonna keep it at 45 minutes. If y'all are okay with that, because I'm gonna eat some chicken nuggets. It sounds like a lot of us need to have some snacks and eat some food as well. So get up, stretch. We have been reading for over 2 hours now. Grab some water and let's do this. Happy reading, everyone. Hello, welcome back. I'm just finishing one sentence. Okay. How did everyone do? How was that sprint? I wasn't keeping track of how many pages I was reading, but I did switch to the Bonesmith. Because I think I hit where I needed to be for my buddy read of The Beautiful. So, honestly, I think we're gonna sprint until I finish this book because I feel like that's very, very doable. So, how's everyone else's books? Let's see where we left off. Oh no, no pizza because it was gone. That is actually heartbreaking when you're like, I have this snack in mind and then it's not there anymore. But mac and cheese, I agree. That's a very solid choice. Any other snacking that happened, please let us know. I have my chicken nuggets and they were bomb.com. Bye, Julie. Hi. Thanks for joining. Yes, better late than never. Switch to Wings of Shadow by Nikki Palpretto and read 42 pages. It's the last book in the Crown of the Feathers trilogy. I've been looking at that series because this Bonesmith is the first book. Where's my dust jacket? Oh, Bonesmith is the first book that I've read from her, and I am loving this book. Like, it is such a unique premise for a book. I think the magic is really interesting. At first, I thought the main character was a little bit annoying, but she's definitely growing on me with her like relationships that are going on. I am really loving it. And I saw that she had another series out, but I haven't heard anyone talk about this author before. So please let me know if you're liking that book or that series, excuse me. It's really good. I would definitely recommend it. It's been a very fast read as well. The beginning is kind of info dumpy, but because it's YA, it's not like difficult to understand. It's just like a lot of information that you kind of get continuously through the first 100-ish pages, but it's really, really good. 42 pages, A Darker Shade of Magic, loving it. Wolfsong is so good. I tried to read a book by TJ Klune. It had to have been, I think I tried The House in the Cerulean Sea maybe 2 years ago, and I couldn't super get into it, but he's coming out with so many new releases that I kind of want to try him again. Have fun at the bookstore, bestie. Oh my gosh, read 60 pages? That is so good. Isn't it kind of late for you too, Lucy? Thanks for hanging out for some late night sprints. Got to 60% and started dinner. 60 pages to go. Wow, 60 was like a good number for a lot of us. 60 pages to go. I'm a bit sleepy, but the snake has appeared in the Queen of Nothing. I can't go to bed before I finish this. You have to finish it. It's so good. It's wild. People, I think I mentioned this to you last time, like people either love or hate that book. I loved it. I thought it was so good. I swear every time I get on sprints, my TBR gets longer. I feel the same way because y'all tell me about amazing books that you're reading, and I'm like, add to want to read, add to want to read. Wolfsong was my first TJ Klune book. I read it back in 2018. Absolute all-time fave. Yeah, I think I need to give him another chance because so many people love his writing. I just didn't get into House in the Cerulean Sea. Swept over to my ebook and read 13%. Yeah, I feel like some of his newer books have had like definitely different, oh my gosh, different vibes. So we'll see. Read 44 pages, really enjoying Crown of Blood and Glass. The bodyguard trope is so underrated. I feel like I have that book on want to read. I'm just going to look it up. Crown of Blood and Glass. I'm not going to lie though, I'm kind of over this whole naming convention of books that's like Court of blank and blank, Crown of blank and blank. Like, can we move away from this? Like, there's too many books that have such similar names, and then I get them all confused. Oh, I don't have this one on my want to read. Oh my goodness. Betrayed by a friend, saved by an enemy, My closest friend has lost his mind. He killed my father, took over my kingdom, and despite the blood that now stains his hands, he claimed that we were fated to be together. Okay. Bet. It's 9 PM oh my gosh, blah, 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 blah. It's 9 PM here. I'm hoping to finish this book tonight. Absolutely love. We are going to do definitely a couple more sprints. I love The Queen of Nothing when I read it in 2019. My only gripe was that I wish it was longer. It was so wild. Like the Cruel Prince series or like the Folk of the Air series, all of those books are like 350 pages or less. Like they're all so short, but I felt like it did the story justice. Like, would I have liked them to be a little bit longer to get more time with the characters? 100% because I just think that those books are so good and I love Juden Carden until the end of time. But I actually really liked I don't know, like I liked the length of them, especially I read those books when I was first getting back into reading. And so if they were like really long, chunky books, I think that would have scared me away. But I think that those books are such a good like gateway into fantasy and fantasy romance. And those are actually like very political fantasy books. So I loved it. I thought they were so good. It's 11 PM here in Greece. Hello. I am rereading the Harry Potter series. Love. What book are you on? Same as in you're tired of the blank of blank and blank titles. Yes, I just added it as well. Oh, you're reading Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. I love watching that movie because they're all so young and it's just so funny, but I love the Harry Potter series. You really liked The Lives of Puppets by TJ Klune. Doesn't that one explore like death and like the afterlife and stuff like that? I think that's the one that I was most interested in reading from him of his like newer books that he's put out. It's very much cozy, while Wolfsong is very emotional. Okay. Dealing with some darker themes. The characters are amazing, especially Ox, one of my favorite male characters of all time. Interesting. I have to be in a very specific mood to read like cozy fantasy because I can appreciate like an all vibes, no plot story, but I have to be in a very specific mood for it. Otherwise, I will not enjoy. You know what I mean? So maybe I'll try him the next time I'm feeling cozy. I felt the same way about like what's her name? Heather Fawcett with Emily Wilde. Like I do want to read the next book in the Emily Wilde series cuz her books are just so cozy and like all vibes no plot and very character driven, but I'm probably not going to read it when it comes out in January. I'm going to like wait until the mood fits. Yeah. Been sitting here putting together my 24 in 2024, trying to round it out with some thrillers. Any suggestions from anyone? Daisy Darker by Alice Feeney was really good. If you haven't read that one yet, I'm trying to think. I didn't read a lot of thrillers this year, but that was one I loved because it mimicked Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None. And I love Agatha Christie. Let me see if I've even read any other thrillers this year. But yes, please put book recs in the chat. This year, looking back on all of my like reading stats, I was so heavily in my fantasy and fantasy romance bag and not complaining about it because I loved every second. But usually I read a little bit more like horror, like that will be sprinkled in there. It was just so funny. I'm like, I will only be reading fantasy in 2023. I don't think I have any other thrillers for you, my friend. I read You're Not Supposed to Die Tonight by Kaylin Barron, but I would describe that as much more of a horror because it was like kind of like a slasher, and I don't know if that's what you're looking for. But I remember loving Daisy Darker. Yeah, I think that's the only one I have for you. Yeah. It's a sleigh, honestly, but I usually like to vary my reading a little bit more. Actually, last night I was thinking about how I've been wanting to switch things up a little bit, and so I might start to read and just like dabble in some cowboy romances because I used to read more dark romance and I guess I did read a little bit of dark romance this past summer, but I miss my dark romances. Like I love the Twisted series by Anna Huang. I do want to read King of Wrath as well, which I know someone in chat was reading a little bit earlier. I kind of want to get back to that moment a little bit. Kelly Armstrong, City of Lost, A Rip Through Time. Yeah. We are clearly in this chat, we are fantasy and fantasy romance as a priority. Thrillers that I love this year, None of This Is True, Jar of Hearts, and In My Dreams I Hold a Knife. I have heard such mixed reviews of In My Dreams I Hold a Knife because I've heard that it gives dark academia vibes, but then a lot of people who read it for dark academia were very disappointed by it. So I feel like that's a book that you either absolutely love or really, really hate. Yes, so many people have recommended Elsie Silver to me that I think she's going to be probably like my first. But I've heard that in that series, I need to read the second book first, and then if I so choose, I can go back to read the first one. But everyone says the first book in that series isn't the best. But then I also heard the same thing about the Twisted series with Anna Huang, and I started with the first book and I really liked it. And then yes, as I continued with the series, I did like the other books more, but like I still thought the first book was good. I'm happy in my comfort zone, Slay Queen. Although I read Yellowface and I'm glad my mom died recently and they were brilliant. I read Tom Felton's um autobiography. Autobiography? I think he wrote it because he narrated the audiobook, and that one was really good. Oh, Five Survive by Holly Jackson next year. I've heard really good things about that one. I have like 100 pages left in Jade City, and I'm loving it. I really like the different POVs. Yay! I'm so happy that you're loving it. Firekeeper's Daughter by Angeline Booley. Happy Head by Josh Silver. Don't Swipe Right by L.M. Chilton. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, Ace of Spades. That one was interesting too. I Know Who You Are by Alice Feeney. I want to read more from Alice Feeney because I really loved Daisy Darker. Thank you, Kimberly. Honestly, probably because I really want to read them like soon. I feel like one of the things that put me in my reading slump was that, and this isn't like a blanket statement, but a lot of the books, the fantasy books that I was reading, they started to just feel all the same. And to be fair, I did get into this like phase of reading where all of the books that I was reading had to do with gods and like humans, or like gods and mortals, and gods interfering in the happenings of like the human world. And so I feel like because I kind of, I don't know, like pigeonholed myself with a lot of those books, I got to a point where I was just like, I don't want to read this anymore. But then I did start to read, like, The Beautiful, I think, has really helped me come out of like this slump. And I also think The Bonesmith has helped me do that as well, because these books are so different than any of the other fantasy books that I have been reading. But I feel like I just needed a genre switch. And that's why I think reading Trick Shot, the Spicy Christmas novella, I think that really helped to get me out of my slump, because it was just like reading something different than what I had been reading for the last like couple months. And so, yes, I do want to read some cowboy romances. I want to give them a try because I feel like so many people have loved them recently. So, I've also heard Done and Dusted is a really good one too. So I want to read that one. And I feel like with contemporary romances, you can just read them so fast. Like there's no world building. You don't have to like wrap your head around the details of like a whole fantasy world. They are just like so much easier to get into and understand. You liked In My Dreams I Hold a Knife too. I wanted to read it, and people kind of put me off of it because they said that they were like disappointed with it, but maybe I'll go back to it. Heartless is the second book. Sport romance and cowboy romance is a chance too. Sport romances were fun. I read a couple of them this year. I did a sports romance reading vlog and fell in love with Icebreaker by Hannah Grace. And I really want to read the second book that just came out. I think it's called Wildfire, but that's about like a hockey team and they're all companion romances. But they're all like boys on the hockey team with like their love interest. And it was so cute. I am definitely a hockey romance girly. I tried a couple of football romances too, but they didn't hit the same. I read Winter Water this year, and it's a very good mystery book. I'm sorry if you can hear Javel barking. The first book in Chestnut Springs more than the second? Okay, maybe I will start with the first and just like see how it goes. Books 3 and 4 were your favorite. 5 survive. Flawless by Elsie Silver and fell in love with the series. Bestie, if you want to read more Alice Feeney, you have to read I Know Who You Are or His and Hers. Okay, let me mark those. I Know Who You Are. Sometimes just throwing like a thriller in between fantasy books for me, like mentally really helps me. Okay. I've just marked those. 100%. Like genre switches are elite. I Am Pilgrim was really good. Nice. I recently read Behind the Net and Fake Out by Stephanie Archer. The second of the two were my favorite. Okay. I somehow simultaneously liked In My Dreams I Hold a Knife and hated all the characters at the same time. Honestly, I feel like if you hate characters in a book, the author is doing a good job. Unless you were like, I hate this, I don't want to read about these characters anymore. But you're saying that you liked the book, so I'm assuming it's like the point was to hate the characters. Maybe I have that wrong. Oh my gosh, Icebreaker is so good. Please do. The Uber scene? The Uber scene? Sophie, you have to read it. It's so good. I don't like sports, but I do love sport romance. Period. Same. The Crown of Feathers. I really enjoy it, but it's very YA. Okay. And the second book did suffer from middle book syndrome a little bit. Okay. I'm definitely going to stick with her. I don't know if this is called the Bonesmith series or not. I don't know what like the name of the series is called, but the second book is called Oh my god, Ghost Smith. And it's coming out next year. I want to say in like August, and I'm very excited to continue with this. I think her writing is so good. Love! Okay, perfect. Enjoying book 3 a lot so far. Okay. I'm trying to figure out too for 2024 authors that I want to read more of their backlist books. And so Nikki Palpretto might be one of those authors for me. Hi, Alyssa. I want to read The Kingdom by Jo Nesbø, but I'm very intimidated by it because I've never read a book by this author. I read Jo Nesbø writes horror. What did I read by him? I think I read Nosferatu by Jo Nesbø a very long time ago, like a couple years ago at this point. Yeah. And it was really good. It was very slow in the beginning, but once you get to the middle/end of the book, it was an absolute page turner. I don't know if all of his books are like that though. We'll try to get to it before the end of the year. Oh my gosh. No, don't be scared. Like, look forward to it. Like, the Uber scene is so good. It's very spicy. Like, that book is quite spicy. I liked all the building from book 1 and how it leads into book 2. Part of why I liked book 2 so much was because of the friendship between Oh, cute! I love friendships between our female main characters. So, I absolutely love that. How many tattoos do I have? I have a couple. Like, I have them all on my arm. I don't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've been going for 3 hours, but Bestie, I want to go until I finish Bonesmith. So I have this much left. How many pages? I have about 100. 140 pages left of this book, so we're going to be reading until I finish Bonesmith, because y'all have already really helped me get out of my slumpy feels. So I want to continue the good vibes, if that makes sense. And if I can finish a book today, I think that will be cherry on top of a perfect day. Speaking of which, let's get into our next sprint. I think we'll stick with 45 because that's been working for a lot of us. I know those are a little bit longer sprints. I've started it like 3 times, but it's very slow and I can't get into it, but I've heard really good things about it. If you've tried it 3 times and you're still not super into it, maybe just try another book by him. But I will say, again, like the one book that I have read by that author, it was a very slow start. And then when you got to about the 50% mark, that's when things started to move a little bit faster. And the ending was extremely fast paced. But I think that that might just be his writing style. I'm about to finish my stream and take a nap, but I will be back. Okay, perfect. Wait, what are you streaming? Are you streaming on YouTube? Do you stream on Twitch? Please let me know. If you stream on Twitch, bestie, I'm going to watch you. Really enjoyed Bonesmith. Yeah, like the revenants are very much giving like the Back from the Dead creepiness. I could never live in the world of these characters because zombies scare the life out of me, and they just like deal with it on the regular like it's a normal thing. Like all of their dead come back to life and I'm like, that's scary. All right, let's jump into our next sprint. We're going to stick with 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hi, besties. How was that sprint? It says that my Wi-Fi is like really struggling right now, so hopefully I'm not really laggy or anything like that. How was that sprint for everybody? I read 50 pages and this book is getting so good. I only have, where am I? I have less than 100 pages left. So I'm thinking we'll probably do one more sprint after this. We'll see how it goes. Hello, coming from Melissa's stream that just ended. Yes, we've been reading. I heard you guys were studying. How was studying? Here we go. Oh my gosh, data analytics. That's what I do for a full-time job. Only read for about 30 minutes during the sprint, read 32 pages, got distracted with playing my time at Sandrock. Such a good game. I think tonight I do want to read a little bit because if I finish Bonesmith, I'm going to start reading A Dawn of Onyx so that I can start my book club book. But I think I do want to play some games tonight. I'm just trying to decide like what I want to play. Hello. Oh my gosh. Hello. Thank you so much. I'm happy that you're able to join our sprints. We do have like one more sprint in store. We'll probably do another 45-minute sprint. We're just going to chat for a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I was getting very sleepy during that that last sprint. But this book is getting so good. There's been so many plot twists in like the last section that I read. I am very excited for the second book in the series. Going to be stunning. I got 30 pages, but some really great annotations. Yes. Honestly, like taking your time reading is not a bad thing. Like when we're doing reading sprints, I feel like the thought process is I need to read as many pages as possible in the sprint, but like annotating, enjoying our books, that's what this is about. I will finish the book at the last sprint. Yay! Oh, thank you so much. I don't know how many pages I read, but I'm getting into King of Wrath, and I concede my new JBL speaker. Loving today's sprints, working on One Dark Window. Oh my gosh, I loved One Dark Window. I'm so happy that you're liking it. Raven is one of my top book boyfriends of the year. I love him. I love him, Your Honor. I only read 19 pages of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Only 19 pages? That's really good. I'm also getting back to Baldur's Gate 3. I took a break since Act 3 was overwhelming. So excited to continue playing BG3 later on tonight. Y'all, I like getting a gaming computer for me would be a bad decision because I read so much. I'm like very dedicated to reading. I have my Switch and I love my Nintendo Switch, but playing games like The Sims, you can't do it. And I have like a Mac, so I'm like, I want to get a gaming computer. But that is just me like seeing all these super cute Twitch streamers like setups, and I'm like, I want that. But I love that you're playing BG3. I watch a lot of streams of BG3 because I just live vicariously through others that are playing it and experiencing Karlach and Asterion. It's a vibe. Connected to your speaker. Read 41 pages, 30% left. That's so good. I also got a little sleepy. You're in New York, so it's 5 p.m. and dark. Yeah, here it's still light out. It's 2 p.m. It's definitely like the afternoon, but just like laying down for extended periods of time, I get so sleepy and I'm nice and warm. I have like my blanket and I'm just chilling. So make sure you get up, stretch a little bit if you need to, grab some water. Didn't get much read in that sprint. I stopped to get some snacks before thinking about going to sleep. What time is it for you, Kimberly? Honestly, I feel like reading snacks are such a vibe and they help to keep you awake. No, I saw a lot of people streaming Palia when it like first got released on like desktop, like PC, but my friend just bought it for her Switch, I think yesterday, and she says it's really cute. I guess like I don't understand what the point of Palia is. Like I think it's like a cozy, cute, like farming sim game because I know that you can make like your homestead and you can farm and you can make your house really cute and buy like really cute outfits and stuff like that. And then it's an open world, right? So there's other people who are playing online that will be like in your game. And I've seen just a lot of people like running around. I think there are like quests to do and fishing and stuff. Um I just don't know. I need games that are a little bit more like structured than that. I think the quest part of Palia is interesting to me because I like doing questy stuff, if that makes sense. I'm a gamer GF and the PC build will really change your life for better or for worse. I think it will change my life for the better. I have like I know very, very little about like building PCs, but I've started to look into it. And also I have like again like Twitch streamers that I love to watch and they tend to have their builds like in their bios or in their like about me page. And so I keep like looking at like what they have, like looking it up and trying to like figure out all that stuff. I think it's so fun. It's probably going to happen eventually. I just don't know when. It gets dark here, yeah, at like 3 o'clock or 3:30. Oh my gosh, that is so early for it to get dark. I grew up on the East Coast. I grew up in the Northeast in the US and peak winter, yeah, it was getting dark at like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Not the vibe. I used to get such bad seasonal depression because you have so little daylight in a day. Like the sun rises at like 7 a.m. and then it sets at like 3 or 3:30 and it's just depressy. Here it gets dark. I forget if I said this. It gets dark around like 5 o'clock, 5:30-ish. I understand completely. I got to switch gaming PCs, Steam Deck and PS5. I got BG3 on both PC and PS5 because I can't get enough. I've spent over 140 hours on the game. That was like me with Animal Crossing when it came to Switch, like the newest release of Animal Crossing. I've played all of the Animal Crossing games. Y'all, I swear, I put like 250 hours into that game. It came out peak COVID when I had like nothing else to do, and my island be decorated. Like, but okay, here's the thing. I feel like a gaming PC for me is probably going to happen when the next Elder Scrolls game comes out. If y'all have played Skyrim, that is my heart. I love Skyrim. I did play Oblivion before that, and they're estimated to release, well, we don't know, but like they're developing the next Elder Scrolls game, and I'm hoping that it comes out. It'll probably come out in like 2025. I'm hoping that it comes out next year because I would switch to gaming content. Like that game is going to take over my whole life. Yeah, it's sleepy, but we're waking up. I feel like when we break and when we talk for a little while, it like revives me and then I get ready to read again. Oh my gosh, 10 p.m. Yeah, that's about bedtime. Um Yes, it's free and you can like there is stuff that you buy. I haven't played it yet. I've only watched like gameplay of it. But you can like buy stuff for your character. So the game is free to play, but like you can buy like super cute outfits, like stuff for your house and like stuff like that. Um yeah, it's like it's a cozy game, I feel like. So it's not going to be for everybody, but it's really cute. I've already done all my reading for today. I finished Murder Brat Diaries 2 earlier, so I'm mostly just chilling and watching BookTube. Love a productive queen. Absolutely. I have not been a good nugget with my reading, although we've been streaming for 4 hours and I have gotten a lot of reading done with y'all. So yeah, we will do one more sprint. That's so funny. I did not realize that we've been just chilling and chatting for 4 hours. Too late. I haven't played a whole lot, but it seems like yeah, it gives very Disney Dreamlight Valley without the like Disney characters. Got a PS5 in October and I feel like I haven't played on it as much as I should, but I'm tempted to try BG3. I'm just not a good gamer. Well, BG3, I feel like it's good because there is combat, but it's like strategy. So you're not running around. If you get into like a combat fight, like you have to like fight right away or you're going to die right away. It's all like you take your turn, they take their turn, you take your turn and stuff like that. So it might actually be like a good one. And the storyline and the characters and the voice actors in that game, like so good. Oh my gosh. Okay, I knew that we were meant to be best friends. I just recently started modding it, so I've played that game countless amount of times. Like when it first came out, me and my brother used to play it on Xbox. Like it came out over 10 years ago now. Like literally we played it when it first came out. But I never knew about modding it until I was watching Claire Siobhan, who has taken a break from streaming, and she's my favorite streamer, so it devastates me daily. But she played a like choose your own adventure Skyrim with like everyone that follows her and subscribes to her on her streams. And she started modding the game, and I was like, this has opened a whole new world for me with Skyrim. And then I started replaying it and I started modding it, but I can only mod it like on my Xbox. And so you like definitely can't do as much with it, but it was so fun. I downloaded Kaiden and I started doing like his whole like romance quest line, and it was so much fun. Oh my gosh, that's so nice of you to say. I want to get into gaming, like streaming. I think it would be so much fun. I feel like there's a lot of overlap between the reading girlies and like the reading community and like gaming girlies and the gaming community. I feel like there's a direct correlation. It's like a 40% chance that if you read, you probably also game. Um, I just like don't have the setup for that, but it's something I've been thinking about for like maybe next year at some point. It just depends. I have to like get a lot of stuff for it. So that is the factor that I am currently weighing out. I'm not good at decorating, but I need more structure with my game, so I only spend 50 hours on Animal Crossing. I went off the rails with Animal Crossing because I followed all of the super aesthetic like Instagram accounts for ACNH. I followed the Twitter accounts. I would see how people were decorating their islands. The only thing that I got hung up on in Animal Crossing is there's some things like you just like items that I really wanted that I could never find. Like they weren't in my store, or if it was a DIY recipe, like I never got the DIY recipe. And it was so aggravating because I'm like, I just need this one thing to like finish this specific area that I'm working on to decorate my island, and it was so frustrating. Um, but yeah, Animal Crossing, I played the first Animal Crossing game I played was literally on GameCube. Like I am a ride or die Animal Crossing girl. But I agree. Like I tend to like games with a little bit more like structure to them. Even cozy games, I like to have a little bit more structure. Yeah, play your Switch. That is welcome here as well. We will do gaming sprints. How fun would that be? um, Palia is free, but like it's kind of like I'm hesitant to like compare it to like Fortnite, but like Fortnite, for example, is a free game, but then you pay for like upgrades for your character. They're not required, but like you can, there's options to pay for like outfits for your character, for like furniture for your house. I don't know what else there's like pay for, but yes, to play the game, it is free and you can like do most of the things that you need to do without like paying for anything. Yes, Kimberly, you should. Gaming on your Switch is literally so fun. Yes, exactly. Oh my gosh, the fact that you love Claire Siobhan, I rewatch it. She is like my comfort streamer. Like whenever I'm not feeling good or I just need like lately I've been getting very overwhelmed with like work stuff and just like a lot of things going on. And what I do is just snuggle in my bed and rewatch Claire Siobhan's, first of all, her Sims playthroughs and her storylines that she does. Incredible. Like I absolutely love her to death. And then when she was doing the Skyrim playthrough and it was so chaotic and so funny, it's one of my favorite things to rewatch. Is it one of those timer games where I have to wait an X amount of time before you can do stuff? I think when you plant, so you can farm in Palia, and when you plant your plants, I think it does have like a countdown of like this will be ready in 5 hours or like whatever it is. So some of the aspects do have that timer, you know. Kaiden! Oh my gosh, he's so good. Yes to streams. Okay, I'll work on it. Oh my gosh, Cozy K, I literally love her so much. Like her Instagram, her aesthetic. She also lives in California, like in the LA area. And I'm like, if I ever just ran into her one day, I would give her a big fat hug. Like, I love her so much. I saw an insane fact the other day about how basically the gaming industry is worth more than all other entertainment industries combined, like film and music. It's mental. The gaming industry goes hard. And it's like, it's expensive. Like gaming is not the most accessible, you know, to a lot of people because like buying your gaming console and then the games are kind of expensive. So that makes a lot of sense to me. And then it's also a very time consuming hobby. Like I feel like all of us in chat that are readers and gamers, we have like the most time consuming hobbies. Like reading a bunch of books just takes up so much time and playing games does as well. Um it's crazy. Dragon Age Inquisition. I'm not sure if I've heard of that. Realized halfway through that it was the third in a series and promptly went back to play the others. Oh my gosh. I tried to do that with Assassin's Creed. I played Assassin's Creed Black Flag and loved it. And then I tried to go back to play the other games, to play the older games. And I was like, I like what the developers have done with the newer games, that going back was like a little bit difficult for me. But I love that. Yes, I love Cozy K. Yeah, Olivia Reads a Latte. I love her so much. 100%. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, it can be a little bit hard to find the balance. So, hi, Christy. It's late. It's Saturday night. I was at a party. Oh my gosh, absolutely stunning. It's the afternoon for us, and we have just been hanging out for 4 hours, and we just went on a whole entire gaming, like rampant conversation. So that was fun. We are doing one more sprint. It's going to be for 45 minutes, and I guess we'll get into. Do y'all want to get into our final sprint right now? We will do another 45 minutes, and I'm hoping that I can get pretty close to finishing The Bonesmith. Oh my gosh. Okay. Happy reading, everybody. I will see you in 45. How was that last sprint? I literally had to go make a coffee because I was so tired and I felt like I was going cross-eyed reading that book because we have been reading for so long. But I did make it to, I probably read 30 pages. I made it to page 380, so I'm definitely going to finish this tonight, which is so nice. Y'all, I feel like I'm coming out of my slump, and it is entirely due to you all reading with me today. So thank you so much. How was that last sprint for everybody? Also, I meant to ask if we have any Studio Ghibli fans in chat. Can y'all let me know if you've seen the new Studio Ghibli movie? I don't know what came over me, but I just remembered, oh yeah, there's The Boy and the Heron that's in theaters now. And then I texted my fiance immediately and said, by the way, we need to go see this movie soon. Let's see. Let's catch up on chat. Okay, I will absolutely look up this game. It's Chef Kiss would recommend absolutely. Fave franchise of all time, the characters, the lore, the world building. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna look it up right after we get off. Right after we get off stream. Yay! Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy it was a 5-star for you. Wasn't that book just so funny? Like the letters between Cardin and Jude, they live in my head rent free to this day. Oh, also, ow. My friend Sarah got me these bookmarks and they're my favorite bookmarks of all time, but it's very appropriate that this is the Jude letter. And I'm using it for Bonesmith because I feel like it fit the vibes pretty well, like a bloody little bookmark. I was like, go off, queen. 38 pages, got to page 251. Oh my gosh. Please tell us what you purchased, if you purchased anything. Read 30 pages. I'm super tired. It's midnight, so I'm going to go to bed. Thank you so much for joining. We are about to hop off. About 25 pages. 100%. Y'all motivate me like no other, and us being able to like chat in between too, it's just so fun. 30 pages. Oh my gosh, sisters. I read over 200 pages today. This hasn't happened in a long time. Just woke up for my nap. Love that. Edited more of the vlog. Read 26 pages and pinned some locations because I'm flying to Edinburgh tomorrow for sightseeing and Christmas markets. I hope you had great sprints and I hope you have a great week. Oh my gosh. Yeah, by the way, so these are the last sprints for December because next Sunday is Christmas Eve, and the Sunday after that is New Year's Eve. So there will be videos going up. I have videos going up until the 24th to finish out the 12 days of Bookmas, but this is the last time I'm in person with you guys to be able to say, I hope you have the happiest holidays, whatever you celebrate, and a very, very happy New Year. Also, I'm going to a Christmas market tomorrow. That's why we did sprints a day early, and I'm so excited. We haven't been to a Christmas market yet so far this year. I am so excited for the food, for the crafts. I just can't wait. Oh my gosh, it's almost midnight. Couldn't focus, so I kept scrolling on Instagram. Yeah, that last sprint, I'm not gonna lie, it was rough for me too. 315 pages today. The new movie. Yeah, I need to see it. Like, the thing is, I'm gonna bring tissues because I know that I'm gonna cry. Like, Studio Ghibli movies are my favorite of all time. Howl's Moving Castle, Ponyo, Spirited Away, like those are just my absolute favorites. I love them so much that I feel like I'm going to bawl my eyes out at this new movie, but I have to go see it. And the fact that we got a new one from the same animator who, and I forget his name, which is so bad, but from the same animator who's done like all of the recent ones. I've heard that this is his last film that he's doing. I'm devastated, but I'm so excited. Yeah, there's a new one out. It's called The Boy and the Heron, I believe. And oh, it looks so beautiful and it looks so good. I'm so excited. Bestie, you have to. If you have HBO Max, they're on HBO Max that you can watch them, but they're so stinking good. My favorite, I think that you would probably like, I mean, we like a lot of the same like stories and stuff like that. So I think you would like Howl's Moving Castle. Ponyo is definitely for a younger audience, but I love it. And the animations are so gorgeous. Like, it's just absolutely beautiful. And Spirited Away it will have my heart forever and ever. But like Castle in the Sky is really beautiful too. What's the other one? Nausicaa. They're all just so good. Oh my gosh. Super close to finishing my book. Yeah, I think like but I have to get up and like walk or like do something because I've been sitting down for so long at this point. But I think my goal is to finish this later tonight when I read before bed, which is very doable. Lovely Farms. Oh my gosh, Empire of Storms, Slaying the Vampire Conqueror, and Love Redesigned. Wow, what a stunning haul. I'm jealous. I'm on the last 10 pages of All's Well. Yes, oh my gosh, thank you so much for joining. Wow, I'm very happy that I said it correctly. If I didn't, would you have told me? Thank y'all so much for joining. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, y'all. Yeah, 100%. Oh my gosh, my neighbor Totoro and Kiki's delivery service. How did I forget about those? They're all so good. Oh my gosh. Bestie, thank you so much for staying up with us. Yay. Yes, but we will be I'm planning on continuing doing weekly sprints in January. We'll see when they start up again because I am going back to the East Coast to visit my family for a week in January, so it might be like after that. So it's going to be a couple of weeks without sprints, y'all, and I'm going to miss you so much. But when they start up again, we will get back into a routine. It's so good. HBO Max they are, and then I'm sure that you could like the thing is you could probably buy them on Amazon Prime if you wanted to, or like rent them. I think they allow you to rent movies. Also, they might be on YouTube. You know how YouTube allows you to like rent movies? If you wanted to do that, you probably could find them on there too. 87 pages left in Crown of Midnight, but it is midnight. It's gonna be early today, I think. Are they on Netflix now? Oh my gosh. Yes, this is the last sprint of the year. That is crazy to say it that way. I said the last sprint of December. Yes, this is the last sprint of 2023, y'all. And it's been the best one yet, in my opinion. Yes. Okay, I'm going to hop off now. Okay, perfect. I'm so happy that I said it correctly. Thank you all so much for joining. I've had so much fun with you. There are still, what's today? There's still 4 more videos of Bookmas scheduled. They're going to be very, very fun. It's going to be a lot of bullet journal content and stuff like that. So thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for reading with me. I love y'all